Senate will come out of recess, having recessed on February 5th, 2026. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Senators. I'm grateful for you. Before I pray, I just want to let you know, thank you for what you do. Let's pray. Lord, we're grateful for our senators. We know that each one in this room comes from a different background, maybe even different belief, and yet we're here together, here to serve the people of New Hampshire. The scriptures say that we are to pray for those who lead us, and so today I pray a blessing over our senators. Not that I have really any authority to do that, but God, my heart is that each one of our senators feel your presence, your peace, and your favor over their lives. We're grateful for them and how they serve this great state of New Hampshire as they debate, as they listen in committees to the hearts of people, that they would hear your voice speak to them and that they would make laws that reflect your heart. We're grateful for this day and the work that's going to be done for this state. Amen.
The Senate will please remain standing while Senator Abbas leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. We'll move on to the introduction of guests. I recognize Senator Murphy to introduce a guest.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm honored to have as a constituent Dr. Allison Loranger of the beautiful hamlet of Goffstown. She joins us in the gallery today. Please welcome her.
Any further introduction of guests? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, today's finance report is adopted. Okay. We'll move on to the bill removals from the consent calendar. Senate Bill 527 from ED&A by Senator Pearl. Senate Bill 476 from the Committee of Health and Human Services by Senator McGue. Senate Bill 477 from the Committee of Health and Human Services by Senator McGue. Senate Bill 625 from the Judiciary Committee by Senator Birdsell. Senator Birdsell moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. Did I miss something again?
Special order.
Okay, sorry. We're just going to go back. For some reason, I just keep skipping this over. We're going to deal with special orders from the Committee on Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 476 and Senate Bill 477. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. I'll begin again. Senator Birdsell moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. Fiscal note bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's fiscal note report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1000, having been ordered to third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, All titles be the same as adopted and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we're going to move on to the regular calendar. Okay.
You just read this first. That's when we vote.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 266, an act relative to structural changes to the Department of Energy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator McHugh for the committee.
Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HB 266 ought to pass.
To read that with this.
This bill ensures the Department of Energy's full party status in proceedings before the Public Utilities Commission. It also requires the department to support the Public Utilities Commission's Site Evaluation Committee, Office of the Consumer Advocate, and any related entities. Finally, the bill allows the department to demand documents and specific answers from public utilities or related entities. This clarifies and strengthens the Department of Energy's authority and ensures consistency. These structural improvements will help protect ratepayers and support a more efficient and responsive framework. The ED&A Committee asks your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 0719S and like to speak to my amendment.
May I speak?
Thank you, Madam President. This is an amendment we passed twice before. It clarifies the Parents' Bill of Rights in Education to allow for video recording and streaming of public events such as basketball games, concerts, and graduation. It also adds an exemption for assessments that need to be recorded under the federal guidelines. The third time's a charm. Let's get this done by supporting Amendment 719S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0719. Are there anyone wishes to speak? Senator Perkins Polka.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my colleague from District 19 for bringing this forward. I think it's an important fix. And I just wanted to clarify that there was an issue raised in the hearing about students being able to film athletic training video. And I just want to make clear that that is not picked up in this amendment, just so that everybody has the full understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the adoption of floor amendment 0719? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment, and I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 072S and would like to speak to my amendment. Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is intended to align the existing Slayer statute with the legislators' intention when we passed this bill last year. As a reminder, last year both bodies passed Senate Bill 148, which prohibits individuals who are guilty of murdering another person from profiting off that murder. It came to our attention recently that the definition of appeal as it relates to this law might differ from our intent when passing the bill last year. We want to ensure there are absolutely no loopholes or room for interpretation that goes against the intended purposes of this bill to prevent murderers from profiting from their murders. The amendment clarifies the language of RSA 562A:5, 1 and 2, to make it clear that a final criminal conviction is not the only method to demonstrate someone is responsible for the commission of a murder for the purposes of this chapter. The amendment leaves no room for judicial interpretation as to what the definition of appeal might be by defining final criminal conviction. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0720S. Okay. The chair rules that sections of the amendment are non-germane. Without objection, Senate Rule 3-17 is suspended to allow consideration of the non-germane amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0720. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 266. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 266, having been ordered to third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 526, an act establishing a New Hampshire Grease Trade Council. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 526 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would establish a New Hampshire Grease Trade Council, establishing an organized way to conduct trade and investment. It would allow New Hampshire and Greece to work together on business, commerce, and education. We also have cultural and historic reasons to support this legislation. New England in general, and New Hampshire especially, has an incredibly strong Greek community. In fact, New Hampshire has the single highest per capita concentration of Greek Americans in the entire country. This is a great chance to both honor that and use it to the great benefit of our state. The Trade Council would bring together lawmakers, state agencies, businesses, the university system, and the broader public with little to no cost to taxpayers by allowing the Council to raise private funds and accept grants. It is important to note the legislature has previously established similar councils for Caroline and Ireland. The committee amendment would clarify that the formal name for Greece is the Hellenic Republic. It would also make a grammatical correction because trade councils in Greece are not established by the government. Instead, are established by nonprofit membership-based business associations. From the first democracies to the first in the nation, there is a deep connection between Greece and New Hampshire. Given our shared historical ties and commitment to strong family-owned businesses and innovation, the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 526. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 526. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 430, an act relative to mandatory disclosure by school district employees to parents. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 430 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 430 is a simple bill. It requires all school employees to respond honestly and completely to written requests from parents or guardians for information about their children. This bill ensures that parents' requests cannot be ignored and they will be answered within 10 days. The bill recognizes and empowers the important relationship that exists between parents, educators, and students. The bill also protects student safety and well-being by requiring educators to report to the Department of Health and Human Services if they believe that fulfilling a parent's request could put the student at imminent risk of physical harm, abuse, or neglect. I respectfully ask your support for Senate Education Committee's recommendation motion of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 430. Thank you, Madam President. I'm requesting a roll call.
The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? I recognize Senator Altschiller.
No, on the bill
On the bill?
itself, sorry.
Okay. Senator Prentice? The whole bill, okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 430. As we heard in the testimony, this bill calls back to a 2022 court case when a parent in the Manchester school system inadvertently discovered their child used a different name and pronouns while they were at school. The mother not only disapproved of, but denied her child's transgender status. And this is a fact revealed in the court filings and judgment that this parent, who made her parenting issues everyone else's by dragging the school to court for disclosing every detail that she believed they might know about her child's gender identity. The student had asked to be called by a nickname, not her given name at birth, and to use a different pronoun. And this parent, so aggrieved that the school would deign to treat this student as a human, aggressively went...
One of my constituents is being attacked for being a good parent, and a lot of this that's being said is derogatory toward her and is not accurate information. So I object to this line, to these comments that are being posted right now.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator, is there a way?
Madam President, if I might respond.
Yes.
So I have taken what was heard in the testimony in our committee, and additionally, from the Supreme Court case 2022-0537 and filings from the parent's attorney, which are all public record. I have not named any parent. I have named the school district, which we discussed in the hearing, and I am not naming the child. This is a case that is public, has been covered by media, and has gone to not just the Superior Court, but the Supreme Court, and the issue is germane to this bill because it's the genesis of the bill.
Madam President.
No names. No names.
Yep. Madam President, there was intent implied to what was just stated. Beyond anybody else in this room, I have more personal knowledge about this case, this family, and the mother's role in this. And I can assure you, first of all, it's well known the child was actually not transgender. She was just going through a hard time. Nope. And that.
This is not debatable. We're going to go into recess. This is not debatable, so we're not going to do the back and forth. But I think we need a few minutes, so let's take a recess and we'll discuss it. Thank you. The Senate will come out of recess. Before we went to recess, the Senate was discussing Senate Bill 430, and Senator Altschiller was speaking, so I'm going to recognize Senator Altschiller to finish her floor remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. As I had mentioned, the Superior Court issued an order finding that no fundamental right of the plaintiff, the parent, was infringed because the school's policy does not limit the ability of the plaintiff to raise their child as they see fit. This comes from page 9 of the Supreme Court case 2022-0537. The parent then appealed. This case made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court, and in August of 2024, in a 3-to-1 ruling, the justices declared that the policy that inspired this bill does not directly harm a parent's ability to raise or care for their child. Supreme Court Justice Gordon MacDonald wrote, "The policy does not restrict a parent's ability to learn information from other sources, including the child. The policy does not encourage students to hide information from their parents or prevent students from sharing information. By its terms, the policy does not directly implicate a parent's ability to raise and care for his or her child. Further, the policy does not restrict a parent's ability to learn information from other sources. The policy does not prevent parents from observing their children's behavior, moods, and activities, talking to their children, providing religious or other education to their children, choosing where their children live and go to school, obtaining medical care and counseling for their children, monitoring their children's communications on social media, choosing with whom their children may socialize, and deciding what their children may do in their free time. In short, the school policy placed no limits on the plaintiff's ability to parent their child as they saw fit. Justices Patrick Donovan and James Bassett concurred with Supreme Court Justice MacDonald that school policy did not violate any fundamental parenting rights laid out in the New Hampshire Constitution. So, you would think, case concluded, school policies don't stop, impede, or prevent anyone from parenting their child. Parents need to parent. When their parenting is not yielding the kind of relationship with their children that they want, they have to look inward and change course. Take a breath. Get some advice from outside sources. Parenting is really difficult sometimes. Looking to place blame at the feet of our teachers and coaches is not the answer. It's easy to pass the buck, harder sometimes to face the truth. New Hampshire schools should be committed to securing school environments that allow transgender students, all students, to safely participate as their authentic selves while honoring the vitally important role that parents play in their students' lives. Children are not chattel. They are also people protected under the Constitution. Parenting is incredibly difficult, and just when you think you've made it through one challenging thing, another one crops up. It takes a village to raise a child. A village of extended family, chosen family, teachers, coaches, librarians, community members, all in concert, supporting the children's growth. What no village needs is an unwilling spy network. What no one needs is a vehicle to harass teachers for personal information about students. This bill allows for parents to send a written communication every day, and that has to be responded to within 10 days. For example, "Dear Mr. Teacher, is my child cavorting with so-and-so in class or in the hallway? Have you witnessed them talking to this particular student?" That gets an answer in 10 days. Dear Ms. Teacher, has my child asked you to call them by a nickname? If so, what is that nickname? How do they want it spelled? Where did they tell you it came from? Why, in your observation, don't they want to use their given name? That gets a response in 10 days. Dear Mr. Teacher, has my child attended any club meeting for the Gay Straight Student Alliance? If so, when did they start going? How long do they stay at the meetings? What's your observation there? Respond in 10 days. Dear teacher, is my child eating the lunch that I packed for them? Legit, you can ask that question. You get a response in 10 days. Dear teacher, did my student read a part in the play being read in class that doesn't align with their birth gender? Dear teacher, have you witnessed my child reading books about LGBT people? Have you seen them with a copy of The Sum of Us? Have they been reading books by Ibram X. Kendi, Langston Hughes, Audre Lorde? Please respond, 10 days. Every one of these requests needs to be answered in writing in 10 days. These questions under this bill as written can roll in every day from every single parent, every single day. That sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? Who would possibly abuse a system like that? In fact, we talked about that in the hearing. And actually, we have an example of, of a group that might, based on previous behavior. We have a group in New Hampshire called New Hampshire Cornerstone that has launched a campaign to show people how to threaten a lawsuit if they believe their neighborhood school is not in compliance with a law that went into effect just 6 weeks ago. Not how to be a productive member of your school board, not how to help your school.
Senator, a
yes,
point of
ma'am.
order has been raised.
Oh, thank you.
What is your
To-
point of order?
To malign organizations that actually work with us, I think is inappropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, please, it's noted, the objection is sustained.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually am quoting from communications dated on December 16th and January 4th from New Hampshire Cornerstone and their actual communications. So they have encouraged our communities to threaten lawsuits and further, instead of encouraging civic participation, they're encouraging lawsuits. And further, show you how to get your legal fees with a little button to sign up now. December 16th, January 4th. So when I tell you that Senate Bill 430 is written with vagaries in order to encourage manipulation and abusive behavior, this is not speculation. Senate Bill 430, in my opinion, is about parents unwilling, unable, or uninterested in putting the effort into parenting their children and want to force the schools to parent for them. Talk about a nanny state initiative. Please vote against the ought-to-pass motion so another motion can be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the ought-to-pass motion. Just a little bit of a recap here, level setting. Senate Bill 430 requires educators, teachers, to respond completely and honestly within 10 days to a written parental inquiry regarding material information about their child and makes violations subject to professional discipline. While transparency, while honesty between schools and families is important, this bill creates some practical and unintended risks that may ultimately have a negative impact on a student, cost a teacher their job, or damage the faith in a local school system. And I'll expand just a little more and briefly with my key concerns. One is overly broad language. So in calling for the disclosure of material information, we're not specific about what this material information is. And we know that material information in itself is data or facts that influence a decision. So is this informal conversations, academic conversations, counseling discussions, student peer interactions, or classroom observations? Providing clarity there, I believe, is necessary considering the relationships and someone's job being on the line. So we need to clarify those in definitions statutorily to be certain, because ambiguity will be difficult and is difficult within statute. Impact on student trust. Students often speak to teachers. We know this. We don't want to get in the way of that. I don't believe we want to get in the way of that. They talk about mental health concerns. They talk about conflicts with other fellow students. They talk about conflicts within their own families, and they may identify a personal struggle. If students believe that these conversations could trigger a request from a family member to a school, to a teacher, to an educator, requiring a disclosure of that conversation, and I know there's a provision related to harm, and I'll get to that, they may be less likely, or overall, not maybe, they will be less likely to have these conversations. Administrative impact. 10 days, I believe 10 days is reasonable, but what we don't for a response. But what we don't define in here is when it talks about the receipt of the request. Is it receipt of, it says written, is it written by email, is it delivered in person, or is it delivered by the postal service? I think we need to be specific about what receipt actually means in this. And any time that we are asking our educators to respond to requests, it's time that they are not working with our students in the classroom, which is their primary responsibility. So, this could trigger also legal reviews for these responses and more investigations of alleged violations. So there are administrative impacts that could come with this. Professional discipline. We have some, what I believe and I've stated are known ambiguities within this, and it could cost an educator, a teacher, if they violate, it's determined they violated the code of conduct, it could cost them their job. Concerns around good faith judgment may lead to professional discipline. Educators may over-disclose or under-disclose because they're trying to work within the boundaries of this. And do they say too much? Do they say too little? Where exactly are they supposed to be on this? And defensive communication, this is key. Defensive communication often replaces, or does replace, educational discretion. Imminent risk of exception is narrow. So we know, and I mentioned this earlier, that if there is a belief that a child is in imminent risk, then there is already a legal framework for reporting for this, and that that is very important. But it talks about physical harm, abuse, or neglect. So this does not account for what we know are also considered harmful and abusive: emotional safety, psychological harm, and situations where disclosure may escalate a family conflict but does not meet the statutory thresholds. So this exception may be too limited to protect vulnerable students. Overall, and in closure here, there are unintended consequences of passing Senate Bill 430. It increases educator turnover. It could increase educator turnover due to compliance anxiety. It encourages over-reporting to Child Protective Services. Reporting is essential, mandatory triggers for reporting. I am not undervaluing that at all, but in being safe, and this is where the over versus under comes into place, in being safe, will we see over-reporting? Reducing student willingness to seek help, increasing formal complaints and legal disputes, and shifting schools towards defensive documentation practices. When did Granite State educators become our foes, not our friends? While transparency and parental engagement is vital. Senate Bill 430, as drafted, risks creating legal ambiguity, eroding student trust, increasing administrative impacts without clear evidence that the current law is inadequate. A more narrowly tailored approach, and we've heard this before, would be a better balance on parental rights, student safety, and an educator professional judgment. And I'd just also like to mention that, we've spent a lot of time since I've served in this body talking about parental rights, and we do talk about student rights, but in these situations, my concern is that the rights of students versus the rights of parents become unbalanced. Students have a right to a voice, to express themselves. This is not a zero-sum game where when one side may gain more, another side may lose something, and that's, I believe, to be considered in this conversation. I thank the body for the opportunity. I encourage you to oppose the ought-to-pass motion and join me in an expedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Oh, we did, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended. Senator Abbas would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in the support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. I understand, and we've passed this before in this chamber, and I have a lot of confidence in teachers that if they were to read this bill, they would understand that when a parent is asking about what material information about their child, that they're going to know how to answer that question completely and honestly. And that's the duty that this creates for the teachers. That is it. It's submitted to them in writing, and they have 10 business days to respond to that inquiry from that parent in writing. I mean, complete answers. They grade answers all the time. And if it's incomplete, well, that's sometimes written in the comments on why the grade is lower than the student may have been hoping for. And I certainly hope they can understand what an honest answer is. That is the duty this is creating. It was suggested that parents have other options. They can go to outside sources. I mean, I personally consider a teacher an outside source, but what is the value of that if the outside source is allowed to be dishonest with you? They have no duty to be honest with you when they respond to you, or they can just completely ignore you. Kind of defeats the purpose of consulting with that source. The good news is the overwhelming majority of educators already do this. But for the small minority that takes it upon themselves to subjectively determine that what they believe is okay to withhold, when they think it's okay to withhold information from someone's parents, that's not their place in society to make that determination. That is not their role in society. I don't think I should respond to this parent who's making a good faith inquiry about their child. So please support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And I'll just point out one last thing. That legal duty played a big role in the decision the Supreme Court made, because there was no legal duty. This bill will create that legal duty. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 430. Senator Fenton has a question of
District 24.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you believe that my son is in public schools right now, and when I speak to his teachers, his school administration officials, that they're always honest with me and give me all the answers that I want?
I do believe, and I heard that that should be an underlying assumption. So I'm curious as to why we have to have why we have to have up the potential threat of losing your license for a relationship that supposedly everybody trusts.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Sullivan has a question for...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for my colleague in District 24.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Would you believe that once that child that was referenced in this hearing was removed from the Manchester School District and placed in a charter school, she began to thrive?
I actually didn't think it was appropriate to take anything outside of the printed court cases, so I'm a little reluctant to guess at how that child is doing. I'm sticking strictly with the hearing report, the YouTube, and all of the cases, of the casework, so I'm not going to speculate on this child.
Thank you,
All
Madam
right.
President.
Senator Sullivan wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. A mother found out that the Manchester School District was denying her information about her child's behavior in school. She took her child out of school, found a lawyer, arguing that schools should not be lying to parents. The Supreme Court ruled 3-1 that the legislature had never expressly forbidden school district employees from lying to parents about their children. We never thought this law was necessary, but it is. So we're passing a law to say that schools cannot lie to parents about their children. I will answer my previous question. That child, once removed from Manchester Public Schools, is thriving because her mother loved her enough to keep pursuing this until she got the answers she needed. I ask my colleagues to please support, gosh, it's been such a long day already, SB 430. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 430. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested by, it was a while ago, I think it's Sullivan, and seconded by Senator Lang. You want to do it here? Senator Lang is recognized for a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if I believe, as the bill's sponsor, that we've wandered off on the core purpose of this bill discussion, and if I believe that this bill is simply about the duty of honesty by public employees in our schools, and if I believe it's okay for public school employees to be dishonest with parents, would I vote no? But if I believe, Madam President, as I do, that public school employees should be honest and complete with parents, would I now vote yes to the ought to pass motion?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perkins-Coca, would you wish to do a PI?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
If I believe that our educators are good, hardworking people who are honest with parents and who are part of the village that raise wonderful Granite Staters and don't need to have their license called into question over doing their job, would I now vote no?
Okay. Are you ready? This clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins-Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 434, an act relative to regulation of public school materials. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 434 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, Senate Bill 434 requires local school districts to adopt and publicly post policies describing materials authorized for use by students in the district and provide districts with a uniform procedure to address complaints alleging that material is harmful or age inappropriate for the use in the district schools. This bill establishes a clear and consistent timeline to ensure that concerns are addressed and not ignored. SB 434 is an essential step in upholding this body's long-standing commitment to protecting parental rights and ensuring that no child is exposed to materials determined to be harmful to minors. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation on the motion of ought to pass with amendment of SB 434. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Altshuler, you're recognized to introduce your floor amendment.
Okey-doke. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I offer a floor amendment 2026-0826S to Senate Bill 434 to celebrate the curiosity and protect the quest for knowledge supported by Granite State Public School Libraries. While my district can claim the first public school, the Center School of Hampton, established in 1647, the honor of the first public school with a library belongs to the Newt Public School in Milton. They established a public school library in 1894 with an impressive 900 volumes of materials. So we can all probably agree that public school libraries are vital to the knowledge base and growth of our communities. The materials in them are not all celebrated equally, though. Limiting access to, banning, or all-out destroying materials that are a perceived threat to the power structure is a part of our human history. These types of actions have had a concerning exponential growth in America. And so I offer this amendment to explicitly recognize libraries as centers for voluntary inquiry that promote intellectual freedom and democracy. This amendment prevents censorship based solely on disagreement with ideas while still allowing for age-appropriate content curation. And this amendment ensures diverse viewpoints are represented in public school library collections with protection from both criminal and civil liability for good faith actors. It allows professionals to make decisions based on their expertise rather than the fear of litigation, and enables them to maintain diverse collections without self-censoring due to potential legal threats. The amendment creates a framework where professional decisions are given appropriate weight in the review process. Librarians have a seat at the table in review committees, and their expertise is integrated into the decision-making process. Personal opinions cannot override professional standards without documented justification. And this has a particularly contemporary relevance, important today, because library professionals increasingly face organized challenges to their expertise. Social media can amplify these harassment campaigns, and crowdsourced opinions sometimes try to replace professional judgment. The cost of legal defense can be used as a weapon against individual professionals. This amendment recognizes that community input is valuable. It must also be balanced with professional expertise, particularly in an era where expertise itself is often under attack. The balance helps ensure that libraries can continue to serve their essential role in maintaining an informed and literate community. I ask for your support for floor amendment 0826S to support our professional librarians under Senate Bill 434. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0826. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion. Just a few things simply. In the hearing, first of all, in the hearing, I believe it was the New Hampshire School Board Association came before us and brought copies of policies already adopted, if not by all of our districts that were represented on the committee, by a majority of the district, demonstrating to us that schools, school administrators, and school boards had already worked to take or put in place a policy that addressed concerns that have arisen. Number two, I wanted to say that what I believe is okay or for my child to read might not be okay for another child to read. And why should I be making decisions based on my belief for all the children in that school system? That is the danger that we're creeping up on, is that one parent is going to be potentially dictating what books are available for all students. And I trust the school librarians, I trust the school boards, I trust the principals, that many of which have already worked on to develop policies to protect those, basically protect families, protect the children, and allow everybody to have access, well, not everybody, basically protect the First Amendment rights. What I believe is okay for my child to read, again, might not be okay for somebody else, but I shouldn't be dictating that for everybody. Many of these school boards have already made these decisions. I don't understand why we need to continue to get in the way of this. We should let our librarians and our schools and our school boards continue to do the work that they're already doing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Abbas wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with the amendment. So all this does is create a process. And it's not the parents that are making any final decision here. All a parent is doing is raising the issue to the superintendent or their designee. That's what the amendment did. It replaced principal with superintendent. And at that point, the superintendent makes a determination whether it's age inappropriate or if it's material that's harmful to minors, which is referring to pornography. So I think that's pretty straightforward. That's defined in a different RSA. And they make the determination. The superintendent makes the determination if that material should be removed or not. If that superintendent makes the determination the material will remain in the library, the next part of the process is the parent may, if they choose so, appeal that to the school board and present their case to the school board. It is a process, a uniform process. There's many schools have already done this in different ways. However, where you hear issues come up is that some schools do it one way, they do it another way. When they have training seminars and there's recommendation, advisory opinions from the Department of Education, having a uniform process, there's a benefit to do that. But the parents don't get to pick, that's coming out of the library. That's not unilaterally done that way. It's just a process. That decision still remains in the academic institution. They make the final determination. And I think having a uniform process will create more clarity among schools throughout the entire state. I think it's a good process. I think it's a very reasonable process, and it's very straightforward. So please support me, join the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice has a question of...
My colleague from District 24. Hi. Hi, would you take my question?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
My question is, if one parent raises a concern that triggers a process, could that outcoming decision affect the ability of all children in that school, regardless of their parents' feelings, to read that book?
yes, it takes it away from everybody.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague from District 24, so is it your belief that parent by parent should be able to make a decision about what reading materials their children have access to in the school systems, not another parent?
Yes, I wholeheartedly believe that parents who are part of a larger school community, if they are uncomfortable with some of the material, they already have the ability to remove their child from that discussion. They already have the ability to ask for a different text. They already have the ability to talk to their teacher or librarian about an alternative. It's not necessary to punish the entire class and keep material away from them because one parent wants it away from their child. Parent your own child.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is still on the second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Sullivan would like to ask.
I have a question of my colleague in District 22.
Okay.
Thank you for taking my question. Is it true that parents do not have the opportunity to review library materials until they're in the children's hands in school?
No reasonable opportunity, because in fairness to the schools, there's thousands and thousands of books in there, so I don't even expect them to go through all the books, and that's why having this process is important, and let the school make a determination when a concern is raised to them. The school makes a decision whether something can stay, and if anyone's unhappy with the decision the superintendent made, they should take it up at the superintendent's office. Or if the school board overturned the superintendent, they should take it up with the school board.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Follow up?
Thank you. Does anything in this bill prohibit parents from purchasing reading materials for their own children from Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Kindle, or to take them to the public library to get the materials that they think are appropriate?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Lang has a question of.
The senator from District 22. Thank you for taking my question. So a couple times now I've heard that it's a parent making a decision to remove a book from a library at a school. And as my understanding, my question is if I'm accurate, is that that's not the actual, they put a request in, but it's an academic professional. Could be the librarian if that's who the superintendent designates, but it's an academic professional who makes that decision. And if they decide it is inappropriate, it would be removed?
Yes, unless they appeal to the school board,
Correct.
then it's the school board making that decision.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Fenton is recognized for a question of.
My colleague from District 24, she'll take my question.
Yes.
Would you believe, as a parent of a son in public schools, that I am allowed to review what is in his library? And I've been in his library, and I've not seen anything inappropriate.
I absolutely believe that and had the same experience when my children went to public school and I worked in the public school. Any parent can go check out the library and ask the librarian what the age-appropriate range is for their child.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Prentice has a question for.
My colleague from District 24.
Yes.
Thank you for
Yes.
taking my question. Is this process initiated by one parent, or say one or more parents, triggering a concern for this policy then to be taken up and rolled all the way through by a school board?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
it is.
so follow up. So one parent could influence the entire availability of one particular book.
As written here? Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still on second reading, and the bill is open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Altshuler would like to speak for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this motion of ought to pass as amended. Senate Bill 434 is another book banning bill. We are less than a year removed from Governor Ayod's veto of House Bill 324, and here we are again. The proper place for the regulation of materials is between parents and their children. This bill creates a pathway for one set of parents to dictate what materials other people's children can access in a public school that serves a lot of kids. Schools already have policies to address this. We heard this in committee. School librarians and school boards processes to deny access to materials to certain children that already exist. Current policy already states that parents can review any school materials and excuse their children from subjects like health and sexual education. Any parent who has concerns can already go to their school public library. They already can speak with their teachers. They already can ask to see the curriculum. This is all available to every parent. This bill is entirely too vague. The terms age-appropriate and otherwise offensive are really hard to define. What is age-appropriate and otherwise offensive varies from family to family. Who is one parent to dictate what is appropriate to somebody else's children? It's also unfortunate that many of the books being threatened with bans deal with real issues. Books that deal with LGBTQ+ issues, race, and puberty are all targets for book bans more than others. If a parent decides that these issues should be kept away from their children, that's their decision. They should not be making that decision for other families. This bill excludes the voices of the parents who believed that the challenged material is appropriate. They're excluded from this conversation. Granite Staters weighed in on this bill. 10 people supported it, and 470 signed in opposition. This bill flagrantly disregards First Amendment rights granted to students by the United States Supreme Court. It steamrolls over existing rules and processes of our local school boards. It opens the door for viewpoint-based decisions to be binding on other families. This bill deals with a process without regard for its impact and consequences to the larger school community. The proposed timeline was only discussed in terms of when a single book is challenged. What happens when more than one book receives a complaint at a time? Schools are definitely going to struggle to meet these deadlines. That is time, effort, all spent on proceedings that this bill prescribes instead of focusing on what matters, teaching the children. The children, the students, and their access to educational materials is all that should matter in this discussion. I ask for a no vote on the motion of ought to pass as amended so that a new motion may be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Abbas is recognized to speak for a second time.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to hopefully close this out and continue to support the ought to pass as amended. No parents are banning any books, not a single book. I trust the superintendents, or whoever they believe they designate that authority to make the determination of if they find something that's age inappropriate, that it be removed from the library. I trust the school will be able to do that. I think they do a good job of determining what is not age appropriate. They should be able to figure that out because they have a bunch of students in there who are minors. I think they can make that determination by looking at it. So join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay.
Madam President, may I have a roll call?
Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Ennis. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 434. The Senate will pay attention to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton? Senator McGee?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon? Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yep.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long? No. Senator Perkins Cuoca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
Whoops.
The ayes have it for a total of 16 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. At this point, I'm going to put the Senate in recess for lunch and ask all of you to be back here by 1 o'clock. Don't, what? Yes, I know. Lunch, as you should know, is available down in room 100. So I hope to see you all there. See you at 1. The Senate will come out of recess. Before we take up Senate Bill 532, I need to read to you an enrolled bill report on House Bill 1000. The Committee on Rules and Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled House Bill 1000. Therefore, without objection, Senator Avard moves that the enrolled bill report on House Bill 1000 is adopted. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, Senate Bill 532, an act increasing the requirements of Education Freedom Savings Account Oversight Committee and modifying the purpose of the committee. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that bill is inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 3 to 1, Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 532 inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 532 would have expanded the scope of the Education Freedom Account Oversight Committee, required it to meet more frequently, and mandated live streaming of its meetings. Creating a precedent for live streaming statutory committee meetings could result in significant ongoing costs. Testimony also raised serious concerns about protecting the privacy of students, particularly regarding information that could become publicly available. The program administrator is already overseen by both the Department of Revenue and the Department of Education. It is also subject to audits to verify student eligibility and the account expenditures. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation motion of inexpedient to legislate for Senate Bill 576. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Altshuler wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong opposition to the pending motion on Senate Bill 532. Senate Bill 532 increases the requirements of the Education Freedom Savings Account Oversight Committee and modifies the purpose of the committee. In 2021, when the legislature first wrote the EFA program into the New Hampshire state budget, it allowed for families with incomes of up to 300% of the poverty level to direct a portion of the funds spent by the state for their child's education to private school tuition, online learning programs, or homeschooling expenses as they chose. The Education Freedom Account program, established in 2021, had a clear promise to provide educational alternatives for the families who needed them. The legislature, recognizing the importance of accountability for public funds, wisely established an oversight committee in RSA 194-F:12 to monitor implementation and recommend legislative improvements. 4 years later, the EFA program has been changed and expanded exponentially. We now have over 10,500 students at a cost exceeding $47 million annually, an expenditure never fathomed at the inception of this program. Already, the program is almost $13 million over budget this year, and this underscores why robust oversight is so imperative and in the interests of all Granite Staters. For nearly a year, the Statutory Oversight Committee did not meet, not once. This exposed a structural deficiency in the current law. When a meeting is discretionary, meetings become optional. When meetings are optional, oversight evaporates. During that year, without meetings, a few things happened. The program expanded to universal eligibility. Enrollment doubled. The budget overrun grew, and the public, whose tax dollars fund this program, were left in the dark. But what this bill does is clarify that the committee shall review aggregate student data, eligibility requirements, and EFA expenditures. At $160 million and counting, and over 10,000 students, this enterprise is bigger and more expensive than most school districts. It's about time. The same accountability is expected. The EFA program is accessed by slightly over 10,000 students, comparable to both Manchester and Nashua's enrollment, and its oversight committee went an entire year without meeting once. That cannot stand. This bill would require that meetings be held monthly. Every school board meets twice a month. The EFA committee can surely do the same. Like almost all other meetings, we should expect these proceedings to be recorded and uploaded for the public to see. How can we expect fair oversight behind closed doors? This is a constitutional right of all Granite Staters to access these matters. We deserve to see these meetings and read their product. The EFA program is funded with the same public money, adequate education grants, that would otherwise go to public schools. The families participating in this program are New Hampshire families, and their children deserve the same quality oversight that we provide to students in traditional public schools. This is not about politics or ideology. It's about equal accountability for equal public investment. This bill neither does anything unfair or unusual. These standards and expectations are a norm, and the EFA program ought not to be below the norm. The families participating in the EFA program deserve to know their program is being monitored for quality and compliance. The taxpayers funding this program deserve to know how their money is being spent, and this legislature deserves the information necessary to make informed decisions about the program's future. I urge the body to reverse the pending motion for Senate Bill 532. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Prentice wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion without repeating my colleague from Senate District 24. I just want to raise some high points of this. This is about accountability. This is not about changing the EFA program itself. It is purely about accountability. It strengthens oversight and it strengthens transparency. Stewardship of public dollars, the trust of us to make sure, in this body, in this building, that we are overseeing public dollars and how they are spent. That is the trust that the public puts in us. This raises that level of within this program. And as I will mention, as my colleague from District 24 did state, because of the way the Oversight Committee is set up right now, there are no regulations or requirements around when to meet and the certain types of data to collect. And I'll talk about the data in a second. So if we're not meeting regularly, in fact, if we're not meeting in close to a year, what do we really know that's going on with the program that continues to grow? If it's growing, we want to know why it's growing. Just describing it as it was in the majority report as popular and successful isn't enough. You have to say what's behind why this statement of being popular, or these two words, popular and successful, were used in this report. So we know this involves state funding. These are public dollars. We're asking for a regular review, eligibility, expenditures, and impact. It's not unlike other publicly funded programs. This is what we do here and should do here, which is responsible governance. Transparency, stewardship, builds public trust. Requiring monthly meetings, requiring streaming, agendas, minutes, and reports, these are not unusual requests when, again, public dollars are being put into a program. So I don't know what's wrong with asking to regularly meet and understand what is happening. I actually think we should welcome the regular meetings and the streaming of this, the ability for the public to see this, not just like they see our standing committees and some of the other commissions. They see what's happening with this particular program if they are interested. I don't necessarily think it's precedent-setting, but I could be wrong. It is, again, an oversight committee. Data-driven policy. We collect data to look at, we have an outpatient data set, an ambulatory care data set. We have data related to other public programs that we fund, including the Medicaid program, and we are able to properly keep that data confidential. We are able to protect that data because we are protecting it in the aggregate. You know, if you look at a zip code, and actually within this bill, we're talking about 11 or less incidents within a zip code. That's higher than the healthcare standard of 5 or less incidents within a zip code. Within a state like New Hampshire, if there's one incident within a zip code, it might be pretty easy for a community to figure out exactly, you know, who used a certain type of healthcare program, educational program, or even when we studied this before, I had some experience with looking at how ambulances were used zip code by zip code in this state. This will allow us to make informed, evidence-based decisions by having this data that's available to us. Responding to growth. We know, not just we've heard, we know that the program has grown. So what do we want to know about the growth of this program? If we're not regularly meeting, we're not looking at data in the aggregate, identifying trends, and talking more robustly with stakeholders in the public, what are we going to know? So I'll close by saying, I don't know what's wrong with having regular meetings. I actually think that's an expectation, something we should embrace. I think that if we can protect the data in those sets that I've talked about for those that receive public dollars for, say, Medicaid, or again, we have data sets about healthcare in this state that we can protect the identity of all of those patients. We can do it here as well. Those practices are well established. And I do think that the ability to stream is become, you know, it's expected in this day and age. It's a necessity, and I don't believe that it's precedent setting. And if it is precedent setting, let's set that precedent and welcome it. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, colleagues. I hope you'll join me in overturning the inexpedient to legislate motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Abbas would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. The EFA Oversight Committee, this wants to expand what the committee is going to look into, including eligibility and expenses. Well, the EFA program is already subject to an annual audit and that audit includes all the information on eligibility and expenditures. And we felt that the expansion was redundant to what's already being done under the law. Also mandating a meeting every 30 days when there's pending legislation, sometimes especially could be as a result of a recommendation of any committee. I'm not saying any legislation was done with that recommendation, but sometimes they don't always meet while they're waiting for the outcome of that. But to mandate a meeting every 30 days we felt was not a good policy given what's going on with all the legislation that's been filed supporting EFAs, whether it's changing the program. Their job is to recommend legislation, not deal with the pending legislation. So again, another reason why the committee recommended inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is still inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sullivan wishes to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just to reiterate, the Department of Revenue and the Department of Education are already subject to audits to verify student eligibility and account expenditures. They already oversee this program. It was stated in committee that regular meetings were scheduled. Attendance was an issue. So increasing the number of required meetings isn't going to fix the problem that they have with actually getting those people in the room. But also, I wanted to let my colleagues know that all financials for this program are on the website for the Children's Scholarship Funds. You can get the 990s, you can get all the financials, you can get the audit, and you can get the minutes of the meetings that are held. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Perkins-Coie would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 532, and, you know, respectfully to my colleagues from District 22 and 18, you know, the public's interest in this issue is overwhelming. There's $160 million in taxpayer money that's going somewhere, and there's little account to that for the public to understand. So, yes, there might be lots of legislation concerning education freedom accounts because this is a big bill that's coming out of our municipalities' budgets. You know, if attendance is an issue on the committee, we can always replace members, but failing to sort of provide that accountability and oversight on $160 million of taxpayer money doesn't seem like a good excuse to vote down this bill. So this bill was supported by a ratio of 17 to 1 in sign-ins supporting the legislation. So I think we need to take into account what the public is asking for and support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altschiller is recognized for a question of,
Colleague from District 5. Will you take a question?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm just to be sure, I went to check on the Oversight Committee's page, and would you believe that the quorum is 3 people? And during the past summer, when I used to be on the committee, I met in other committees and commissions with 2 other members of the Oversight Committee on separate things. So there's been multiple opportunities for a quorum of 3. Would you believe that could have been met?
Yes, I would.
And one follow-up question, please. Would you also believe that if you check the Oversight Committee's webpage, the reports that have been produced are not available? Only 1 year is available, and one of the years, on the insistence of the chair, there was a majority and minority report, highly unusual, and that minority report is not available on the website. Is that believable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. We have one more person who would like to speak. I recognize Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to address the issue about meetings. And I think we have gone through that in the Oversight Committee. We have discussed why there were some problems. They got off to a rocky start with a change in chair when the chair left, and then there were problems getting people together because we have to coordinate both with the House and the Senate. Be that as it may, I think we have come to a solution, and the meetings will be held on a regular basis, and there will be advertised. I guess personally, I'm very saddened by the constant attack on the EFA program. It has provided a lifeline in education for so many families and students. I think the COVID epidemic really pointed out to many families who were watching online what the kids were learning, and they were appalled at what was being taught and how it was being taught. And I think for the first time, families really thought, is this really what I want for my child? And they began to look, and they began to ask, and they began to ask questions. The EFA program have provided a good outcome for many other families and students to learn in a different setting. Not everybody is fine with a public school setting. Kids are not cookie-cutter kids. They are different. And I think today, the kids may be even more different than they were 50 years ago because of all the other things going on. So I think we have to be responsive to our kids. What are we doing for them so they can learn, so they can grow, so they can have their assumptions questioned and grow in stature to be mature adults? I think as legislators, we have to take a look at what is going on, what is the best for our children. Obviously, this EFA program is very popular. Why would we have so many families opting in for it? Why are they going to other ways for the kids to learn if the public schools are able to provide every single thing that the child needs? I think we have to recognize that there should be options. We have options in all kinds of other areas. Why not in education? If you want a child to grow, to learn, to be excited about learning, I think we need to provide options, and the EFA programs EFA program is an option. I think that's probably what I want to say about the EFA program. It is something that has been very successful. Parents are very happy with it. The children are learning and they are growing, and I think we need to respectfully take a look and see how we can make it better. Yes, there may be some difficulties, some inefficiencies, but I think we can address them as a legislature. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Perkins Cuoco would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Respectfully, to my colleague from District 8, all of what she said may be true, but we don't know that without the oversight we're asking for with this very bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Innes. We have a few missing members. We just need to make sure they are in the room. A roll call has been requested on Senate Bill 532 by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Innes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Poca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carter.
Yes. The motion of ITL is upheld by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 533, an act requiring the state to seek bids for contracts to oversee and operate the State Education Freedom Account Program every 3 years. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 3 to 1, Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Senate Bill 533 would require the Education Freedom Account Administrator to solicit competitive bids for contracts to oversee and operate the state's Education Freedom Account program every 3 years. The Education Committee expressed concern that this requirement would create unnecessary instability for participating students and families, as well as for vendors who partner with the program. The current administrator is in the second year of a 5-year contract. Shortening future contracts to 3-year terms would disrupt continuity and potentially increase administrative and procurement costs. I respectfully ask that you support the State Education Committee recommended motion of inexpedient to legislate for Senate Bill 533. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 533 and in opposition to the pending motion. Right now, the EFA program is administered by a Manhattan company skimming 10% off the top of our public funds and was hand-picked. This is completely unique to any kind of state contract, to my understanding, and neither seems appropriate or fair. It's common for bids to be accepted for these kinds of contracts, and this program ought to be no different, which is what this bill exactly provides. This is all the more necessary considering the current company is administering what has ballooned to be $160 million with little oversight, little scrutiny, and little accountability. They have taken millions off the top and with little pushback. It's only fair that they have to bid and compete with other potential vendors, perhaps those that can do the same work without siphoning millions of dollars in the process, like any other government contract arrangement. What this bill would do is to lower the amount of our taxes going to a private company and ensure that students see more of the public dollars instead. Why is that not prudent in the eyes of the committee is simply beyond me. I respectfully urge the body to overturn the ITL motion so a substitute one may be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Senator Long has a question of
my colleague from District 15. As a former alderman in Manchester, we commonly would competitively bid large projects. Is that common elsewhere?
Yes, it is the short answer to that. That's the common practice at the municipal level, at the county level, and at the state level. Competitive bidding helps municipalities, the county and the state, get the best price when they're spending public money.
Follow up on that?
Follow up?
Thank you. Did the current administration for the EFA, were they the lowest bidder, qualified bidder for this project?
There was no bidding at all. They were just handpicked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Altschiller has a question of,
My colleague from District 15, if she'll take it? Sure. Excellent. Is it normal for a contractor to charge or to build in an opportunity to charge a 10% administrative fee?
I would say that that is atypical in a contract. Administrative fees are 1, 2, possibly maybe 5%, but 10% is a really high administrative fee.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
How much money, will you take another question, Senator
sorry.
Reardon? Yes. So how much, are you aware of how much money we have spent on administrative fees so far?
Over 10 million annually.
And last follow-up, Madam Chair. Did the former Commissioner of Education promise at the inception and passage of this program that the administrator would be subject to a public bid?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
the current motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sullivan is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, that this was a no-bid process only because there was not another organization in the state, and this does operate from within the state. I have been to the offices of the organization that runs the EFA programs. They're in year 2 of a 5-year contract. Then that 5-year contract, again, it will be up, and there can be a bidding process if there is another organization that is here that can do it. They are allowed up to 10% for administration costs, which I don't know of many agencies that can operate on something so low, but they come in at somewhere between 7.6 and 7.8%. So they're not even using up to the 10% of administration costs, and they're always looking, I've spoken with them, they assure me they're always looking for more efficient ways to run the program. So I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Prentice has a question of...
My colleague from District 24.
Oh, that's, yes.
That's you.
Yes, yes,
Will you
Senator.
take my question?
Yes.
So is it your understanding, as it is mine, that the Department of Education has a full-time position that also oversees this program, administers the EFA program?
It is my understanding that there is someone in-house that's supposed to be working alongside this very large program that we don't oversee. Yeah.
Okay. Follow-up? Thank you, Madam President. So it's my understanding that we have an in-house person and we have a contracted vendor.
Yes.
2 costs.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Are there any further questions?
Roll call. Second.
Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Fenton, seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McHugh?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes by a vote of 6 to 18. 16 to 8, sorry. It's getting bad already. Because I just saw the 6. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 576, an act adds definitions and reporting requirements to relative to education freedom accounts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 576 inexpedient to legislate. SB 576 would impose new definitions and extensive reporting requirements on the Children's Scholarship Fund. Testimony at the hearing raised significant concerns about the potential impact of the privacy of participating students, families, and vendors involved in the highly successful Education Freedom Account program. In addition, the bill's expanded disclosure requirements could have a chilling effect on vendors' willingness to participate, ultimately limiting service options for students and undermining the program's effectiveness. In order to safeguard the privacy of all the parties involved, I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 576. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Abbas wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Just additional comment. There was information on the state's website. It was removed temporarily, then put back on the website. I understand there was some public concern over why the information was taken down. There were some safety concerns about some of the vendors, and I believe it was the right decision, erring on the side of caution, to temporarily remove that information, only to put it back on once those safety concerns were looked into. I think that was a discretionary decision that I think was well done, and I appreciate what was done. So I think, again, talking about putting this information on there, demanding that it be on the website, it already is on the website. It's there. So I don't think this bill accomplishes its intended goal of requiring it to be there when it's already there. And again, this is all public information. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altshuler would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion. Senate Bill 576 adds definitions and reporting requirements to the EFA program. And this legislation addresses a fundamental principle of democratic governance. When public money is spent, the public has a right to know where it goes, how much is spent, and whether it achieves its intended purpose. Shouldn't be a controversial proposition. It's the bedrock of accountability for transparent governing. The Education Freedom Account program distributes over $47 million annually in taxpayer funds, almost $13 million over budget this current year alone. In 4 short years, the program has grown from a cost of $8 million to $160 million, to us having spent $160 million. So I want to be clear, this bill does not challenge the program's existence or the right of families to choose an alternative education. What this bill challenges is the extraordinary lack of transparency and accountability surrounding how these public funds are administered and spent. And let me share the troubling pattern that has emerged that has necessitated this legislation. From November of 2024 to December 16th of 2025, over 13 months, the Education Freedom Savings Account Committee, created by statute to monitor this program, did not meet once. During this period, critical information simply disappeared. Vendor expenditure reports that had been publicly available were removed from the Children's Scholarship Fund New Hampshire website. The public was left in the dark about how many millions of dollars were being spent. When those reports finally resurfaced on December 30th, 2025, they had been significantly redacted. Every other recipient of state funds appears in publicly available contracts. Contractors, nonprofits, businesses, anyone receiving a check from the state government has their name, location, and payment amounts publicly disclosed. Why should EFA vendors be exempt from this standard? In 2022, the legislature required a performance audit of the EFA program. This should have provided comprehensive analysis of whether the program is achieving its goals, serving the right students, and operating efficiently. Instead, because the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire withheld critical data from the legislative budget assistant, we will only receive the audit from the Department of Education's oversight, not an examination of the program's actual performance. On January 29th, in a House hearing, Mr. Sutherland from the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire claimed that they had conducted a performance audit annually. This is misleading. What they conduct is a financial audit, an examination of accounting practices and financial controls. That audit confirmed that they aren't buying Lamborghinis with public money, which is good to know, but it tells us nothing of educational outcomes, student eligibility verification, or whether the program is serving its intended purpose. A financial audit is not a performance audit, and conflating the two obscures the real gaps in accountability. Senate Bill 576 establishes straightforward, reasonable reporting requirements. It asks for quarterly reports containing information that any well-run program should already be tracking. How many applications were submitted, approved, and withdrawn, how funds are distributed across vendors and expense categories, basic demographic information about students served, which methods of educational attainment students are using, how eligibility is verified for differentiated aid, and administrative costs as a percentage of total funding. This information would be compiled quarterly and made publicly available on the Department of Education's website. These are not burdensome demands. They're standard accountability practices. And some have claimed that this is duplicative reporting. The current fact sheets from the Department of Education provide only aggregate high-level data. They don't show vendor expenditures. They don't track which students previously attended public versus private school versus homeschool, and they don't provide the detailed accountability that a $52 million annual expenditure demands. And I have heard that some worry about student privacy under FERPA, and this bill explicitly requires aggregate data only, consistent with existing privacy protections. The department already uses an 11-student minimum for all aggregate reporting. Nothing in this bill conflicts with federal privacy law. Opponents of this basic transparency bill have asked whether public schools face similar reporting requirements. This reveals a fundamental misunderstanding. Public schools are governed by elected school boards, officials directly accountable to voters. Their meetings are public. Their budget development is public. The budget is public. The curricula is public. Parents and taxpayers can attend board meetings, ask questions, vote officials out, and review detailed financial reports. This is democratic accountability. The EFA program is administered by a private, out-of-state nonprofit corporation with no elected oversight, no public meetings, an advisory board consisting primarily of political appointees. When citizens ask basic questions about how their tax dollars are being spent, they're accused of harassment. When legislators request data for a mandated audit, critical information is withheld. This is not equivalent accountability. This is opacity masquerading as efficiency. Government transparency is not optional. It's not a courtesy. It's an obligation. When New Hampshire families send their children to public schools, they know those schools meet state standards. They must meet state standards. They must report achievement data and account for every dollar through elected boards and public budgets. Those who advocate for educational choice often argue that competition and transparency improve all schools, yet they resist applying the same principles of transparency to the choice programs. Senate Bill 576 does not impose unreasonable burdens. It doesn't violate privacy. It doesn't threaten the program's existence. It simply requires that a program distributing millions and millions of taxpayer dollars annually meets basic standards of transparency and accountability that we demand from every other recipient of taxpayer money. The public has a right to know how their money is being spent. Legislators have a right to the information necessary to conduct meaningful oversight, and New Hampshire taxpayers deserve a program administrator that welcomes scrutiny. Please vote no on the ITL motion so that a fiscally responsible motion can be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 576. Are you ready for the question? Senator Birdsall is recognized for a PI.
Yes, Madam President. If I know that this was the third attempt today to strangle a popular and successful school choice program in red tape, would I now vote yes on the inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Roll call. Okay, a roll call is requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Murphy. No one's paying attention. We'll call the roll.
Senator Rochford.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGee.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca. No. Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-8.
Okay. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted by a vote of 16-8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 577FN, an act prohibiting the use of specific color additives in the meals offered or made available by public schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 577FN ought to pass. The Protect Our Kids Food Act bans certain food dyes, recognizing that these additives provide no nutritional value and that recent studies suggest they may be harmful to children. Similar legislation has already been enacted or is currently being considered in 12 states and throughout much of the European Union. This bill received unanimous support in committee, and I rise today in support of its underlying policy, which is why I voted in favor of the pending motion. However, I do want to express some concerns regarding the potential costs and the potential limitations this bill may place on the district's ability to procure suitable alternatives. For these reasons, I do urge this body to proceed with caution. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's unanimous recommendation motion of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 580. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 577. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, Senate Bill 578, an act extending recess for students from kindergarten to 8th grade and prohibiting the deprivation of recess time punishment in schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 578 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, Senate Bill 578 expands New Hampshire's play-based kindergarten law to encompass grades 1 through 3 as well. New Hampshire was a pioneer in play-based learning, becoming the first state in the nation to have a play-based kindergarten law. That law caught the attention of national organizations like the Brookings Institute, and legislators around the country began to follow suit. New Hampshire has invested heavily into play-based learning. Teachers across the state have reached out to me requesting we expand it, which is what this bill does. Studies have shown that play-based learning treats trauma and depression through joy and connection. Play itself is inherently joyful, combating feelings of emptiness and fostering connections to others. Emotional regulation. Activities help children understand and manage feelings like sadness, frustration, and stress in healthier ways. Resilience. Overcoming challenges with play builds confidence and the ability to cope with life's difficulties. Safe expression. It provides a safe space to express feelings associated with depression and develop awareness. Play reduces the incidence of troublesome behavior in the classroom and helps students to create healthy pathways to conflict resolution, and increases social and emotional learning naturally through social interactions, which are so important for children. SB 578, as amended, also guarantees that students in kindergarten through 8th grade have access to daily recess. This unstructured time will remain phone-free and may count as instructional time, so school districts will not be required to extend their school day. The bill also limits when recess may be withheld, allowing it only if a student's participation poses a physical safety risk. We know that students who most often lose recess are frequently the ones who benefit from it the most, and this bill seeks to address that concern. By promoting physical activity and providing opportunities for social interaction in an unstructured setting, this legislation supports students' physical, social, and emotional well-being. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommended motion of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 578. By doing so, you will be supporting physically and emotionally healthier students who are better prepared to learn. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion and amendment? And I recognize Senator Fenton to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you. A little slow this morning or afternoon. Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 0846S, and I'd like to speak to that. I was going to make a joke about recess, but I won't do that. At its core, this amendment does something very simple. It protects recess for our students while giving school officials the flexibility they need to maintain safety and discipline. It fixes the language in this bill and makes clear that recess should not be taken away as punishment, except in very limited circumstances when there is a true safety concern or when every other disciplinary action has been exhausted. This is a balanced approach that respects the professional judgment of our educators while also recognizing something parents, teachers, and pediatricians all know: recess is a critical part of a child's development. This amendment also addresses how we are consistently being told we need to do more, add more instructional time, add more testing, add more structure, but when we add more in one place in schools, we are often shortening time elsewhere. And too often that somewhere else includes subjects like science or physical education. This amendment makes sure we're not taking away from those other subjects. As you guys probably are aware, my son is in public school, and he enjoys his recess. He actually has 2 recesses, so that's a lot. He talks about it when he comes home, where friendships are built, confidence grows, and frankly, where kids get to be kids for just a few minutes. But I also want my child to learn civics and social studies and still have PE class as well. I don't want those cut short if recess is extended. This amendment makes sure that we are not tying the hands of our school administrators, and in fact, it does the opposite. It gives them discretion, clarity, and guardrails so decisions are made thoughtfully and consistently. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0846. Senator Waters has a question of,
Thank you, Madam President. For Senator from District 10.
Sir.
Thank you, Senator, for your floor amendment. And I just wanted to ask you about lines 15 through 16 about the immediate threat. I had been concerned, you know, as a parent with seeing a lot of playground activity and recess activity at schools, that the original bill had physical threat. And what I was worried about is if there was a student who used persistently derogatory racial or sexual terms without cease against another student on a playground during recess, would your construction of that allow that student might be removed from recess for using those kinds of, that kind of racially or sexually derogatory language?
Thank you for the question. This amendment gives discretion to the administrators, teachers, and facility faculty to exhaust all options in order to remove that child.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0846. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment and/or amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 578. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. And how appropriate it is right now that the Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 580FN, an act establishing a school cooperative purchasing program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President. Okay. Sorry. I'm having trouble coming back after recess. I move Senate Bill 580FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, Senate Bill 580FN advances 3 important objectives. First, the bill authorizes school districts and SAUs to enter into joint purchasing agreements for goods and services. This will give smaller districts greater buying power and help them use taxpayer dollars more efficiently. Second, the bill empowers the State Board of Education to place struggling schools or SAUs into receivership when necessary. This provides a clear pathway for timely intervention and support to help schools get back on track and better serve their students. Finally, the bill clarifies and establishes the duties of school boards in line with the best practices identified by numerous stakeholders, including the Department of Education. This will strengthen governance and improve oversight across our education system. Together, these reforms raise the standards of accountability for our schools, school boards, and SAUs while promoting collaboration, transparency, and responsible stewardship of public resources. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation motion of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 580. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Prentice for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 2026-0825S. This would amend the bill, deleting sections 5 and 6 and renumbering the original section 6 to read as 4. There was a tech.
Okay.
4 and 5. They changed it. Okay, it changed. Madam President, may I have a do-over? I think do we need a minute?
I need to see the amendment. Okay. We're going to take a
We need a
1-minute
minute.
recess.
Thank you.
The Senate will come out of recess. We were discussing floor amendment number 0825, and Senator Prentice was currently speaking.
Thank you, thank you, Madam President, for the additional recess. So going back, I am introducing 0825, amending the bill by deleting sections 5 and 6 and renumbering the original section 6 to read as 4.
Do you mean amend the bill by deleting sections 4 and 5 and renumbering the original section 6 to read as 4?
No.
Yes, please.
Or I don't know if this is a point of order or not, but once the committee amendment is adopted, it's sections 5 and 6 that we're trying to remove via amendment.
But Okay, this is what the floor amendment says. This is what we have in front of us. So perhaps,
So what did it say, because we adopted the committee of ownership?
What do you want me to do?
I think it's just because the OLS drafted it up, the bill.
I'm sure we will. I have full
the Senate will come out of recess. I'm going to special order Senate Bill 580 to the end of the calendar. Are you ready? Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 513 FN, an act requiring schools to engage an owner project manager for construction of school building aid projects at the time of application. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 513 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 513 requires schools to have engaged the services of an owner's project manager at the time that they apply for school building aid rather than when the aid is accepted. Having a project manager at the start will ensure a solid estimate of the cost, and as someone who has built buildings, I know that having an accurate estimate of a building project at the onset is important. This bill was passed on consent last year, but it died in the Committee of Conference. The Education Finance Committee recommends all to pass on Senate Bill 513FN. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to oppose the ought to pass motion. The bill will either cause property taxes to rise or discourage school districts from applying for school building aid. And that's because a district will now have to hire a project manager as soon as they apply for building aid at a cost of as much as $200,000 a year without ever knowing if they're going to get funding, because we don't know when we're ever going to fund school building aid again. So if a district has to wait, let's say, 5 years, that's $1 million for that project manager to twiddle their thumbs while the district waits. Perhaps they wait until the project manager reaches retirement age. What a giant waste of taxpayer money. And if the district doesn't want to waste $1 million or more of precious public funds because they don't want to increase property taxes, they will have to skip applying for building aid. Both choices are terrible. Stay with outdated school facilities that deny students better opportunities, or be fiscally irresponsible and waste taxpayer money. So let's vote for students and taxpayers and against passing this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. I want to thank my colleagues. This bill passed last year on the consent calendar and came out of the Education Committee 5-0. What this bill is intended to do, keep in mind, if you accept the building aid, you have to then hire the owner's project manager if you're accepting the building aid grant. However, when you're coming to estimating the price, the actual cost of the project is the best person to make that determination, and we're talking about the more expensive projects where this would come into play, is the owner's project manager. And if they are not retained from the start, you're basically just guessing. And again, there's only so much building aid when it is available to go around. But an owner project manager, they're normally paid on the percentage of the cost of the overall project. It's not going to be an annual cost of up to $200,000. They're paid on by project. That's the industry standard on how this works. This is the safeguard that the building aid money, that when it is available, is used in a responsible way on projects that are actually going to go forward. And you don't want to have schools that are looking to improve their facilities or build new facilities not getting building aid grant because the money was given to projects that we know were not budgeted correctly. And an owner's project manager would safeguard that. This safeguards taxpayers' money. And again, it's not an annual cost. That's not what's going to happen. That's not how the industry works. So please support the committee's recommendation ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Madam
For the
President.
second time.
I'm looking at the fiscal note on the bill, and the Department of Education notes that the services for a project manager, and I'm quoting, generally run at 1 to 5% of the total cost. So we didn't just make up that $200,000 number. That comes from the fiscal note. And I would also say that last year was different because in the last budget, we put $48 million into school building aid for new projects. In this budget, we put $0. So the picture last year was very different from this year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Is there? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 513. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. Okay. Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Fenton. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McHugh?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes.
68.
The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8, and the motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
I just did.
Be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 495, limit for transfers of appropriations in Carroll County. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 495 ought to pass with amendment. Colleagues, it's with a heavy heart that I stand here before you. This bill was originally submitted by my good friend from Senate District 3 as a modernization process to raise the transfer threshold for the Carroll County Commissioners from $1,000 to $10,000. I thought I was smarter than he was, and I just wanted to repeal the entire statute and convince the committee of that. However, apparently that is not a good idea, and so I'm going to ask you to please vote down the committee amendment and pass the bill as originally introduced by my good friend from Senate District 3.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Remember, Senator Lang has asked us to vote down the committee amendment, so that would be a no vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment has failed. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass on Senate Bill 495. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 587, an act creating criteria for redistricting of congressional districts, state Senate districts, state House of Representatives districts, and executive councilor districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 587 inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 587 proposes criteria for legislature redistricting of the congressional, state Senate, state House of Representatives, and the Executive Council District. The committee believes that the current redistricting process is effective and sees no need for the changes. For these reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee recommends inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 587. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. As everyone knows, my colleague from District 6 and I have some healthy disagreement from now and again. Senate Bill 587, I rise in support. I rise to speak against the motion of ITL because Senate Bill 587 seeks to create criteria for sort of the redistricting hearing process that we go out and do. There's surprisingly little in our statute that governs how this works. And having been a member of the committee now in a time where we're sort of between the two processes that will mark the beginning and end of the decade, felt like a good time to constructively bring some changes that would help improve the process. So this would provide for more public hearings, a more robust comment collection process, and a timeline for when our maps are released. We spent a lot of time going around the state last time. We spent a lot of time hearing the question, when will we see the maps so we can give feedback on the maps? So this bill would sort of set out that timeline, allow our hearings to focus more on the content of the maps as opposed to feedback about the process, and so was operated in the spirit of bipartisan improvement of this. However, I hope it's opened an important conversation and that I can work with my colleagues to further improve this process over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. As my colleague from District 21 pointed out, we do agree on quite a few things. And we do agree that in redistricting, one man, one vote, or keeping the difference between the populations in these various districts as low as possible is a major criteria and should be the most important criteria. And to that, I believe that we did that in the last one. And I'm sure that the legislature, I think it's actually 3 legislatures from now, which would have to be the one who would use this policy, will do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any more discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question, which is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 587? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Okay. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred CACR 12, a resolution relating to voting on broad-based taxes, providing that a supermajority vote of general court shall be required to enact any broad-based taxes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the resolution is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move CACR 12 ought to pass. This constitutional amendment concurrent resolution would ask the voters if we should amend the New Hampshire Constitution to require a supermajority vote of the general court before any broad-based taxes are enacted. This vote is not about whether or not we should require a 2/3. This vote that we're taking today is whether or not we're going to ask the citizens this question, should a 2/3 majority vote? So if you vote yes for this, you'll be allowing the citizens to weigh in on this discussion. If you vote no, you'll be excluding them from the discussion. And I urge the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of CACR 12. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Before we continue the discussion, I'd like to remind you with a CACR, it's an automatic roll call vote, and we need 3/5 of the voting membership in order for the constitutional amendment to pass this body. So, the bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the motion. I don't think we should send to voters a vague amendment about a tax that no one in this body has proposed. It includes poor fiscal policy, and I think it undermines democratic practices in the legislature. Now, in some ways, I see why some legislators may distrust the ability of a majority of us to make good tax policy, since some might believe they can't trust themselves with fiscal responsibility. And I would say, after all, every broad-based tax that has been passed by a Republican legislature. And let's recall that when a Republican legislature passed an income tax a couple of decades ago, it was vetoed by a Democratic governor. New Hampshire tax policy, and the context of the meaning of this CACR, has truly been affected by national tax policy. And I think we ought to understand why this approach has been driven in some ways by national policy. We know that since Eisenhower, every Republican president has grown the deficit. Every Democratic president has cut it. Since Carter, every Democratic president has increased GDP faster and job growth faster than every Republican one. Well, now, how has that affected New Hampshire tax policy and what is before us today? The democratically led economic prosperity has meant more dollars sent to New Hampshire. We've seen it over the last 5 or 6 years. And so the majority of legislators sometimes maybe get a sugar high and think they can cut taxes, but then we get deficit spending, $67.5 million in the last budget, and who knows what deficit we're in now. So let's be honest about the failures of tax policy that brought these deficits, the anxiety about then majority votes that some might feel that they can't trust themselves. The claim somehow that if you cut broad-based taxes primarily for big out-of-state corporations or wealthy New Hampshire people, that it would unleash investment, growth, and job creation. But it didn't work. Since 2017, New Hampshire's GDP per capita growth has trailed substantially that of neighboring states that made no tax cuts. And workforce growth in our state has been less than in other states. Great for the fat cat CEOs, bad for New Hampshire workers who see health care costs, property taxes spike, expensive housing and childcare. But look at the language of the amendment. What is a similar broad-based tax? Judges will scratch their heads over that one. Consider property taxes. They're defined in tax statute as a broad-based tax. We pass this as a constitutional amendment, somebody could sue and say it's a broad-based tax, and if we try to raise it for the swept or something, well, you can't do it without a 2/3 vote. So, and also, what is the word scheme doing in here in a democratic legislative institution? A scheme, after all, is a plan or program of action, especially a crafty or secret one. What an insult to our democratic legislative practices. And as noted, every scheme that created broad-based taxes was the secret work of a Republican legislator. I don't think so. I stand for open, transparent, and honest legislative deliberation. We saw what some might call the scheme of putting 125 fees buried in the budget, and then, somehow the fees aren't really taxes. I think definitionally it's just not true, but the argument there are fees that you can take money out of one pocket, but not out of another. It still takes it from your wallet. It reminds me of medieval casuistry that tried to justify by exquisite definition that you could turn a sow's ear into a silk purse or get a camel through the eye of a needle. And broad-based taxes, by the way, can at least be fair by recognizing ability to pay. But fees, you can either avoid or you can become a second-class citizen who has not enough money, less opportunities, and it sticks it to lower-income folks. And it all means less money for child care, health care, schools, college, tuition. Now, maybe there should be a constitutional amendment against schemes to cut taxes that lead to deficits in our budget. This is bad policy, but it's especially bad for legislative democracy as established in our Constitution. Now, if some legislatures don't trust themselves and seem that they fear they're going to once again abandon fiscal conservatism and fiscal responsibility, It can't now be dressed up in the cosplay of anti-tax legislation, the emperor's new clothes. If fiscal conservatism is abandoned by some, let's not abandon the core democratic principle of majority rule in our legislature. That would create the tyranny of the minority that the founders so feared. The New Hampshire founders were very careful to create a weak executive and a strong, broad-based democracy empowered in the legislature. The governor does get a veto, and we have to have 2/3 vote to override it, but the Constitution specifically entrusts majority rule in the legislature. We are the sacred defenders of the public good, and that includes the right of a free people through democratically elected legislators to tax ourselves. Let's not cower before a tyranny of the minority. Let's trust ourselves to do what's right and vote no. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on CACR 12. Are you ready for the questions? Senator Perkins-Coie for a parliamentary inquiry?
Oh, I had a question of my colleague from District 4.
Okay, you may ask the question. And Senator Rosenwald has a question.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Do any of the bills proposed by our caucus this year encompassing childcare, housing, healthcare, and other important topics asked for by the public impose any new taxes?
Thank you for your question. No.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald has a question of...
Senator from District 4.
Yes.
Thank you. Since 1900, approximately how many taxes have been enacted in New Hampshire?
No, it's about 11. And counting, I suppose. We've got the I&D, we've got liquor, beer, cigarette, lottery, meals and rooms, BPT, charitable gaming, BET, communication services, tax, and the SWEPT. And I will say, once again, if the education property tax is not a broad-based tax, when all property owners and renters pay it, and it's defined as such in tax law, I don't know what a broad-based tax is.
Follow-up.
A follow-up?
Knowing that all of these taxes were enacted by Republican majorities, can you tell me if when the Democrats were in the majority in the Senate, we ever passed an income tax or a sales tax?
Nope, and as I said earlier, it was the Democratic governor who vetoed the income tax passed by a Republican legislature.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still on second reading. Senator Prentice has a question of
my colleague from District 4.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question. So do property taxes target a narrow population or target a small number of individuals or businesses?
It's broad-based to, you know, any property owner and then indirectly any renter is paying property tax.
Follow-up?
follow-up.
So would it be fair to say that when tax cuts are made, that it could impact property taxes and ultimately raise them?
That seems to be proven. Thank you for your question. It seems to be proven by what's happened year after year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, we're still on second reading. Senator Rosenwald, do you wish to speak or? No, okay. Okay, so I recognize Senator Fenton for a question of?
From District 4, we'll take it. I think you mentioned this, but how many fees did you say were in the budget?
125.
125 follow-up?
Follow-up?
And how did we vote for that budget?
I voted no. I think we all, my persuasion, voted no as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Avard has a question of?
My beloved from the 4, Senator.
My beloved still says too. Ask away.
Maybe you can educate me. Thank you, Senator. You had mentioned that certain presidents under the Democratic Party were the ones that actually reduced taxes. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
I didn't quite get that.
The presidents that were Democrats that actually cut the budget?
Reduced deficits.
Yeah, which ones were those?
Everyone since Carter.
Since Carter.
Yeah, everyone since Carter has reduced the budget, the deficit.
So that would,
Including Biden.
that, follow up? That would include President Clinton.
Right, yeah.
No, yeah, and
Yeah. If I may answer fully, let us recall that the budget that Clinton ended the several budgets with a surplus. It was the last time we had a budget surplus.
may I follow up?
Yeah.
Was that with the contract with America with Newt Gingrich and the majority in the Congress that run by Republicans?
Thanks for your question. It was a very careful and wise planning for job growth and economic prosperity created during the second Clinton administration. And let us notice that the first huge budget deficit, the budget buster, was passed by the next president, who was not a Democrat.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Lang has a question of...
My colleague from District 4.
I'm ready.
All right. Thank you. So you in your discussion, you were talking about there'd been no taxes, no broad-based taxes proposed anywhere. But isn't it true that in legislation that's been presented this year, we've had over $1 billion in new spending proposed by our Democratic colleagues that have actually no funding source whatsoever, and that would lead us to some sort of broad-based tax to be able to pay for it?
Well, thanks for your question, but, you know, we have a democratic process in our legislature. We take hard votes. We serve on finance, right? We trust ourselves to have majority votes. Now, we know in the Senate, because of our collegiality and our work together, most of our votes are unanimous, you know, out of committee and on the floor here. But I trust democracy. I trust majorities to make good decisions. What really bothers me about this is how much it goes against what the founders intended. They said that within a 2-year term, it was 1 year when they started, right, that this is the choice that people make to entrust us with the public good. And sometimes it's hard decisions, but we get there by a majority. What also bothers me here is that, again, it takes just this as something that goes to the voters. Now, we vote on life and death here, death penalty. We vote on, you know, taking away people's freedoms. We vote on all kinds of extremely important issues, which some might argue are life and death are more important than finances sometimes. So I just, to me, you know, really goes against the spirit of our legislature as entrusted to be a place where majority rules.
Although, again, because I'm not sure I got to answer my question, but isn't it true we had over $1 billion in spending proposed by your colleagues on your side of the aisle with absolutely no revenue idea of how it's going to be funded? There was no reduction in spending to pay for it. There was no new taxes added. It was just a straight spending line. And don't you agree that would lead us into some sort of broad-based tax if we were to pass those obligations that were requested by your colleagues?
I think at the time, I don't know any of the details of this, which body and so on, but let me say that no matter what was proposed, that you trusted a majority vote to be able to handle that situation. I trust my colleagues to vote the majority. And I just don't see why people want to abandon that and just think about a tyranny of the minority. When you would have 9 people in here, and how closely our chamber has often been divided, who could stop the will of the people in terms of being able to vote. And also in this, how much that tyranny of the majority might hamstring us at times when we had to face an emergency or we had a real dire problem to fix for the public good. And if, because of the bad wording in this about similar broad-based things, if that becomes a subject of litigation and we have a tyranny of the minority in here, I think it's just terrible policy for a democracy.
Last question.
Follow up?
Don't you trust the voters to be able to make that decision and decide that?
I trusted the voters absolutely when I stand every 2 years for election. I have always, in my campaign letter, said I'm against any new broad-based tax. They get to vote on whether they want to elect me or not. And then, by the way, they trust me. Now, if there's some who think that even if they're elected, they don't trust themselves to act as a majority, then that maybe is just, shall I say, a different problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Long has a question of...
Question for my colleague in District 4.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Has any Republican at any level enacted a sales tax?
Oh, of course, yes. I mean, very frequently, there are a lot of basically sales taxes in here. For women's meals isn't a sales tax, I don't know what it is. And then most recently, what else are the tariffs but a form of sales tax? That's been confirmed by the legislative budget assistant and others that they are over 90% paid by as a kind of a sales tax by consumers. So yes, yes, and yes.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Abbas has a question of...
My friend from District 2.
Now your turn, Dave.
Is it true in the 2019-2020 legislative session when the Democratic Party held the majority in both chambers that it was twice a broad-based payroll tax, which is an income tax, passed and was then vetoed by then Governor Sununu?
That is an absolutely true statement. Again, in these partisan times, in the divisive area, again, the idea of a simple majority, we should have, if we're going to agree in a broad-based, it should be a cooperative record, and that's what it asks the citizens. Do you want to make sure that it's a cooperative effort between Republicans and Democrats to have a supermajority before we introduce these large-scale taxes?
Thank you.
Okay. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Birdsall has a question of...
Senator from District 2. Thank you for taking my question. So, since I didn't hear an answer from the good senator from District 4, last week we voted on bills whose spending exceeded $1 billion. Would the only way to fund that spending would be a broad-based tax?
Absolutely. We have no space for $1 billion of new spending in our current budget and revenue lines.
Thank you.
Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass CACR 12. Senator Perkins Coca has a question of...
My colleague from District 4.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. In a budget process where many people have priorities, do they bring those priorities together, both the spending priorities and the revenues, to match them up to figure out what a budget might look like altogether over a 6-month process?
Well, thanks for your question. I mean, we do have a finance committee, and it has to write a budget, and there are a lot of priorities that come forward, and we do the good work as a majority in committee and a majority on the floor to try to craft a plan that will produce a balanced budget. I think we've seen what's become broken about that after the tax cuts that were made is that we're now in deficits. And but majority.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may?
Follow up.
If a bill is proposed without a new revenue source, would it normally go to finance to be incorporated into a budget-making process?
Often.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on CACR 12. Are you ready for the question? Remember that a roll call is required for a constitutional amendment, and you need 3/5 voting in order for it to pass. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Nope.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-8, it passes.
Okay. The constitutional amendment passes by meeting the threshold of 15 votes. Currently is 16 in favor, 8 against, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 419 FNA, an act relative to the Housing Champion designation and program in the Affordable Housing Fund and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 419 FNA be referred to interim study. This bill sought to expand the New Hampshire Housing Champion designation qualification to include the adoption of land use regulations and ordinances that promote child care near jobs with the building of child care centers closer to commercial areas. It would provide a $5 million non-relapsing general fund appropriation to the Housing Champion designation and grant program fund for the biennium ending June 30th, 2027. Additionally, it sought to provide an additional $10 million in non-lapsing general fund appropriations to the Housing Finance Authority for the purpose of providing financing or state matching funds for affordable housing. As the appropriations in Senate Bill 419 FNA are general fund appropriations and the overall status of future revenues remains largely unknown, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 419 FNA be referred to interim study and asks for your support of that motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Madam President. I will surprise no one in this room by standing up on this bill. I rise in opposition of the motion of interim study on this bill. And I know the topic of funding Housing Champions is something we've talked about previously in this chamber, but it seems to me that we have some new information about Housing Champions, and that is that it works. So BEA published a full set of statistics around Housing Champions, and what it revealed is that it's one of the most efficient investments of public dollars that we can make as a state. For a mere $5 million, that's not even fully spent just yet, we have provided over 45% of the new housing starts across the state in 2025, which means for just under $1,000 a unit, we have produced new housing across the state in a program that's working. You know, we passed this together, it's been funded, the rules have been made, the staff has been hired, 2 rounds of grants have been awarded. It is not time to walk away from this program, especially because we know housing is the #1 issue in the state. So the other thing I want to talk about with Housing Champions is infrastructure. I know last year there was a lot of shared dialogue around sewer and water infrastructure, but just 12% of buildable land in New Hampshire has the requisite infrastructure to build, especially multifamily housing, which is the most in demand by the market. And so that sewer and water needs to be built. You cannot do that through zoning alone. You need to understand that that's a municipal cost. And so incentivizing that sewer and water infrastructure to be developed has been a model that the towns and cities have responded to. It's allowing them to produce growth locally. And again, it's shown results. I want to point out that there are a couple Housing Champion communities represented in our chamber today, including Salem, which my friend from District 22 represents, that received an award of $859,000, and Rochester, which my colleague from District 6 represents, which received an award of $411,000. These are real dollars that will serve to lower local property taxes while solving the biggest problem in the state. And so it's been an honor to work alongside my colleagues to address zoning issues on a bipartisan basis in this chamber, but we can't use some of our tools. We need to use all of our tools. This is the #1 issue in the state, and so I hope you'll join me in voting against this inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the interim study motion, and without repeating everything that my good colleague from District 21 just said, this is the number one issue that I hear about, not just in my district, but when I have the opportunity to travel this wonderful state. We have a program here that it is an incentive-based program that brings dollars dedicated to what is the most costly part of housing, which is building out infrastructure needs. We have two pathways if we want to address housing in New Hampshire: make them do it or incentivize them to do it. And we've had pushback on the make them do it. So here we have incentivize. We know that this is a program. This is one we have the data we can say is actually popular and it's working and it's a worthwhile investment. I support Housing Champions because it incentivizes, it brings communities along. It has and will become contagious in the good kind of contagious. Okay, so I just want to focus us on that. This is the way to go. And by the way, in my district, we have two. We're proud to have two Housing Champion communities, the wonderful city of Lebanon, as well as the town of Plymouth, and I'll be attending their Housing Champions designation celebration next Monday night. So let's continue to support this effective investment in the number one issue in the state, which is housing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Cuoco, seconded by Senator Altshuler. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 419. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters. No. Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Yes. Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoco.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The noes have it. The motion of refer to interim study fails. Nope, sorry. The ayes have it, and the motion of refer to interim study is adopted. Okay, sorry. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 484 FN, an act prohibiting Medicaid premiums and limiting Medicaid expansion cost sharing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 484 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to repeal premiums requirements for the Granted Advantage and Children's Health Insurance programs just enacted last year in HB 2. In addition, Senate Bill 484 FN would make a general fund appropriation in fiscal year 27 of the necessary amount to fill in the resulting revenue shortfall, anticipated to be $16 million in the Department of Health and Human Resources, DHHS. In addition to the impact on premiums, this stipulates that any cost-sharing requirement under the Granted Advantage program shall not exceed $5. In light of the severe budget status facing the Department of Health and Human Services and not wanting to add to it, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 484 FN be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President, very much. I rise to oppose the ITL motion on Senate Bill 484, the Lowering the Cost of Health Care Act of 2026. This bill repeals the Medicaid premiums to be in line with federal law and implements a cap on the amount of cost sharing that will be required by federal law for Medicaid expansion enrollees. This will make healthcare less expensive for the Granite State families that can least afford the high cost. The Medicaid expansion premiums are slated to begin this July 1st. However, the one big, beautiful bill prohibits premiums for Medicaid expansion starting January 1st, 2028. So we will incur cost for premium collection for just 18 months before federal law prohibits it. This cost was never accounted for in the budget. This is a waste of money for the Medicaid program that we already don't have enough of. When Medicaid premiums are prohibited less than 2 years from now, we will be required instead to implement cost sharing for certain medical services. States are allowed to set the amount of the cost share, but it cannot exceed $35 per service. It is simply not realistic to expect someone living on $16,000 a year to be able to pay $35 for every medical service. Think about someone having radiation treatments every day for 6 weeks, or someone on dialysis 3 times a week forever. The enrollees will not be able to pay such a high amount, so we can expect patients to skip treatment, meaning some will die. The alternatives are providers will either eat the loss and pass it on to private insurance patients, and we'll hear about that from our constituents, or they will limit the number of Medicaid beneficiaries that they treat. None of these scenarios is a pretty picture for our Medicaid beneficiaries or our healthcare system. So if we must have cost sharing, it should be low enough not to discourage people from seeking care. So the bill includes a $5 limit. That's what it proposed. In committee, we heard this bill is too expensive. It costs $16 million a year. I get it, it's expensive, yet we have no problem opening the state's wallet for $50 million a year on the private school voucher program, buying wealthy families pianos, Legos, ski lessons. It is simply wrong to put up barriers to low-income people getting the treatment they need to recover from illness and become productive workers, pulling themselves out of poverty, while at the same time we're opening our wallet for the state's wealthiest families. For these reasons, I hope we will overturn the ITEL motion so a better motion may be brought forward. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request a roll call.
Thank you, Senator Rosenthal. Senator Rosenthal has requested roll call. Is there a second? Second. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll wait for some of our gentlemen to take their seats. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 484. The clerk will call the roll. Senator Rosenthal.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Todd.
Key.
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice? We'll just stop, recess for
Okay, we're going to for a few minutes. Make a motion? Seconded by Senator Gannon. He beat you to the punch, Senator Fenton.
Okay.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-8.
Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted by a vote of 16-8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 488, an act enabling the governor to declare a state of emergency due to the failure of the legislature to pass a budget on continuing resolution to fund New Hampshire state government by July 1st of the first year of the biennium. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 488 ought to pass. Should there be a budget impasse in the future, this bill empowers the governor to declare a 60-day state of emergency to keep the essential functions of state government authorized and funded at the same level as the prior fiscal year. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 488 and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President, and colleagues. I rise respectfully to oppose, ought to pass on Senate Bill 48. I do think the intent here is good. Having a contingency in the event there's neither a budget passed nor a continuing resolution, but I just think there's real problems with the bill itself, and also how much it would severely undermine legislative authority when it came to negotiating with the budget. Look at line 7 to 9. So it says state of emergency be declared, you got 60 days. And then it can be renewed for an additional 60 days up to 3 times or up to half a year, or more than a half a year, up to 240 days there, right? I've been here vetoed by a Republican governor, vetoed by a Democratic governor, right? And so we negotiate. Can you imagine now, okay, well, I don't have to talk to you for 60 days, and then after 60 days, if you don't renew it, I can go out and say, oh, look at them, they're going to shut down the government. You know, they won't talk to me, and I'm standing up for all of you, and then they fail, and say, oh, the legislators have to roll over and extend it, or not. And then another 60 days, and then another 60 days. Why would we want to abandon our authority? But then look at the rest of the bill. Go a little bit further down as to what gets funded and what doesn't. No education funding, and we might go over 240 days. September is when the payments are supposed to go out. We might not be in session. Such a scenario, the governor gets to keep, the governor's office, they'll keep their salaries, but the teachers get paid. But then there's more. No funding for the executive council. Who's going to vote on contracts, right? And I do think that the contracts aren't going to wait for 240 days. Or in the Department of Energy, only grid maintenance? What about generation? What about the SEC process we so painfully set up to let products be approved on a very tight timeline so we can finally get some investment into generation and into this state? Well, no, can't meet. Or how about this one? Natural and cultural resources, no funding. Well, senators on the Seacoast, no parks funding. I guess they're going to be closing down Hampton Beach for what, July and August, and maybe through the fall as well. No PUC, no PUC. They can't make any rulings or continue to operate as well. And really, finally, why should we abandon the authority of the legislative branch? We are supposed to control revenues and expenditures. Our patriot founders would not bow down to executive authority, and I don't think that we should either. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 488. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, I know it's been a long afternoon. Let's try that again. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 488. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate would be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 601FN, an act relative to allocation and disbursement of state contributions for non-state employer pension costs under the New Hampshire retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-2.
Senator
Senator
Gray.
Gray for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 601FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to require the state to pay 7.5% of the contributions of the retirement system normally paid by the local government. Going back to good senator from District 4's reference, biblical reference to the eye of the needle, I believe that you need to understand part of that and how it applies to this bill. The eye of the needle in the Bible refers to a small, low gate in Israel. And that to get your camel through that, you needed to unpack everything else that was on it. We need to unpack the $36 million for fiscal year 2027 and the $37 million for 2028. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 601FN be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 601. Property taxes are the biggest issue in this state. Each of us has heard concerns from constituents that property taxes are on the rise. I have and will continue to debate other issues here in this body, but none of them has as much of an effect on our constituent lives as soaring property taxes. This bill is straightforward property tax savings measure. It provides the state shall pay 7.5% of contributions to the state retirement system for municipal employees other than Group 1 teachers and Group 2 members. There was a point where the state contributed as much as 35% to these retirements. That state contribution was steadily chipped away to 0%. When the state stepped back, the property taxpayer stepped in to fill a gap. Cities and towns still need employees to function, and those employees will deserve to retire after a career in public service. This bill seeks to turn back the clock and provide some relief for the property taxpayer by having the state contribute more of a fair share toward retirements for our hardworking municipal employees. A similar legislative proposal that was previously before the legislator was estimated to save property taxpayers $26 million. If it were to become law, the fact speaks to the magnitude of the relief the Lower Your Property Tax Act provides. I ask that we vote to help our property taxpayers by giving them the break they deserve. I ask that we overturn the motion of ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Prentice wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So I rise to speak against the inexpedient to legislate motion for Senate Bill 601. In New Hampshire, our municipalities and our school districts rely heavily upon property taxes to fund their essential services: police, fire, emergency medical services, public works, and our schools. One of the fastest growing fixed costs is the pension contributions to the state of New Hampshire's retirement system. So let me be clear. This bill does not increase pension benefits. It does not reduce the contribution to the retirement system. It does not change the system's financial stability. What it does is shift 7.5% of a required employer pension contribution, and the employers here are municipalities, from municipalities to the state. This is a state program. This means immediate budget relief for cities and towns. And when local budgets go down, the pressure on property taxes also goes down. Pension contributions are not discretionary. Again, this is a state program. Towns cannot simply cut them or adjust them. They are legally required. So when rates raise, local officials are left with two choices: to raise property taxes or to cut services. I brought this up before in the time that I've served here, and it's worth stating again today. In all the time that I've lived in New Hampshire, up until the last 5, going on 6 years, I have never seen help wanted signs outside of schools for teachers. Fire stations and EMS stations and law enforcement police stations, help wanted signs there for essential services. So we have a need, we are required, and this is an area that has continually been impacted. I also remember in my early days on the city council, this would be in 2011, when there was a shift in the state, there was a shift in the law where 35%, as my colleague from District 20 stated, where there was downshifting of 35% of these costs to the local communities. And it's like yesterday, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, it was $383,000 that we weren't expected, we did not have budgeted for, but we had to adjust because these are our core services for our community members. So we fixed it, we had to raise property taxes, which required us to put off other needs that we had and to borrow in places and incur the cost of borrowing when we didn't want to. All simply to say this is a state program. It's not discretionary for the communities whether they can make changes in this we as a body can provide some property tax relief and help our municipalities, help our school districts by making this change to contributing 7.5%. I'd like to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to speak on this, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 601. Okay, roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Coker, seconded by Senator Innes. Yep, you have to wait a second. No, we're missing Senator McHugh. Just to refresh, a roll call has been requested on the inexpedient to legislate motion recommendation by the committee on Senate Bill 601. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The motion of ITL, it has been adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 604 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the University System of New Hampshire. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 604 FNA be referred to interim study. This bill sought to provide general fund appropriations in fiscal year 27 of $14 million to the University System of New Hampshire and a $3.5 million to the Community College System of New Hampshire. Again, as the appropriations in Senate Bill 604 FNA are general fund appropriations and the overall status of state revenues going forward is unknown, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 604 FNA be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise today to speak against the motion of interim study. SB 604 is a straightforward measure to restore funding which was cut in last year's budget for the university system and the community college system. Funding cuts in recent years have totaled about $35 million, and those cuts have been directly felt by the students. New Hampshire already has the most expensive state college for in-state students, which is likely to increase further. We constantly talk about how to recruit and retain young families in order to create a workforce. The state's lack of funding to the university and community college systems is a big factor in these discussions. Decreased funding for those systems means increased costs shifted down to students. The community college system has already had to raise tuition as a result. This is really about creating a workforce pipeline. We want promising young Granite Staters to choose to come to New Hampshire. We want them to grow and become valued members of our communities, but we have to make this a place they can stay. When the legislature chooses to underfund our higher education system, it is sending a signal and limiting our students' opportunity at a time when our small businesses are clamoring for workforce. As surrounding states double down on investing in their higher education, it is extremely short-sighted for our state not to follow suit. The committee heard testimony that a restoration of funds might provide the ability for the university system to freeze in-state tuition. We are actively competing across the borders that are really nearby. Why would New Hampshire residents choose to stay in our state if they would pay more for in-state tuition than out-of-state tuition in other places? Simply put, failing to put similar effort into this jeopardizes our future economy and our New Hampshire advantage. I ask that the motion of interim study be overturned so another motion can be made.
Thank you very much, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. There's no one in this Senate more than I that wants to fund the university system in New Hampshire adequately. But we know that the question of what the House will support or not support doesn't meet that goal. One of the things that I talked about in the competing bill, which we already voted on in the consent calendar, was to take the university system budget and break it into pieces. A piece for capital things, which really already exists. A thing for education, which we, the legislature, says they have to provide. And a separate line for how much we're going to reduce the tuition that could be for all students, in-state or out, and that amount that we provide for the in-state students would be what the in-state tuition is. It's a different concept. I have talked to the University System Board of Trustees about it, and they are interested in it. Of course, we have not gone far enough for them to endorse it or anything else, but we need a different way of doing it. And just to say we're going to provide this funding is not the way to do it. It is not going to get through the House, and the proof is in the last budget. Okay? We fought hard from the House proposal that would have made it $85 million this year and $75 million last year, next year, to get to 87 and 77. So we fought to get that. But there needs to be a different system. And how do you get to a different system? Interim study. Please support the interim study measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Roll call. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGee.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. Okay. I'm going to ask Senator Abbas to come up.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 474, an act relative to effective date of law regarding collection and reporting of abortion statistics. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 474 ought to pass. This bill is a request of the Department of Health and Human Services. It establishes a July 1st, 2027 effective date for the law regarding the collection and reporting of abortion statistics. This bill seeks to reflect the House Bill 712 FN Committee of Conference agreement on the effective date for the law regarding the collection and reporting of abortion statistics. This bill will address the implementation of this law in the 2028 and 2029 budget. The majority of the Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is ought to pass. Okay, so it's now in second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 474. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Senator Purcell.
President, I move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted.
Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 467 FN, an act relative to the penalty for certain fentanyl-related offenses and establishing a mandatory minimum sentence for the crime of distribution of a controlled drug with death resulting. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm raring to go now. Could be the orange juice. I move Senate Bill 467 FN ought to pass. 467 would establish mandatory minimum sentences for fentanyl-related offenses, with exceptions made for certain circumstances and where no deaths have occurred. Members of the committee noted that the bill would encourage offenders to cooperate with law enforcement and seek rehabilitation while acting as a strong deterrent against fentanyl-related crimes. This bill would answer calls from New Hampshire residents, many that I've personally received, many that I've received from your districts all through the room, that have affected families that have been affected by illegal fentanyl activity who want harsher penalties that could protect their communities. I respectfully ask that you join the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting on SB 467 FN ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Gannon.
Senator, as you probably remember from the last dozen years or so, I love movies. I think it's Oscar weekend soon, too. But one of the ones that I particularly like, and I thought of when I heard this, was Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. And so I thought about the movie, and I'm like, geez, he changed his behavior and he learned. So I have learned, and I think I know it will go through the House, and I hope for 24 votes in this room, but I'm a hopeful, optimistic person. The senator from District 4 probably read Crimes and Punishment by Dostoevsky. I have not. It was a long book. I probably should have. I think it was on my required reading list, but didn't quite get there. So I took a shorter version, and he's not here. Senator from District 7, I have talked a lot about his farm, and I asked him if he had any three-legged stools, because that's what I learned about crime and punishment. I learned that it was like a stool, and you needed all three legs or it won't stay up, as the senator would have attested to if he was here. For the punishment part, I want it to be an equitable punishment. So if mandatory minimums work well, there's no, you have a better lawyer, one judge interprets differently. In this thing, equity with the punishment being the same works very well. I want a deterrence measure. It deters if you're in jail and you've done a big crime. And again, I'll explain later how this does not deal with small people with small amounts. This deals with dealers using large amounts. But then there's also rehabilitation. So that's one area everybody in judiciary could agree with, is the rehabilitation. I've had so many women, particularly the mothers, who have come up to me. I had someone from Danville, Fremont, Sandown was last year, Seabrook, and I'm sure if I've been approached, I'm sure you all have been. And it was related fentanyl deaths. So what this bill does, it deals with large quantities. We're not looking for somebody who happens to have a small microdose or a small dose. This deals with 20 milligrams, which the good senator from District 1 tells me 20, we have one for 20 years. If you have 20 years, if you have 20 milligrams, you would get 3.5 years. 50 milligrams, 7 years. The quantities of up to 50 milligrams would be enough to kill the students from Exeter High School, Keene High School, Dover High School, Manchester, all the high schools, and Lebanon, all together with a batch of 50 milligrams. So we're talking large dealers that we're going to take off the street, not someone caught up who just has a very, very small amount. So, just quickly, I'll go through the bill, very quickly. If you have no prior convictions, so yes, if you'll get these sentences, the 3.5 years for the 20 or the 7 years for the 50 milligrams, but if you have this is where we went different. We went a little lighter, a little more compassionate. If you have no prior convictions, you're no threat of violence, the defender wasn't a leader in the organization, you substantially assist law enforcement going after bigger fish, and you're a defendant who will go through substance abuse training. So if you're willing to jump through these hoops, and the defendant is not he's not a danger to society, and he's willing to accept the culpability for his offenses, we'll cut this sentence down. So I think we've come up with, let me tell you one other thing. I did meet a couple of weeks ago with a woman from Portsmouth. She asked that I come in, we met in the executive chamber with some of the governor's people, and they wanted to talk to me about this bill. Jessica lost her 16-year-old son, I believe it was last summer, from a fentanyl dose. Within 2 weeks in Portsmouth, a second teenager died. And it could be any of our towns. We are, again, going after dealers with large quantities, and that's who this is going to get. But there is an exception, so we're not going to totally mandate it. If you're willing to say that you did wrong, you were a first-time person, we will work with you. And so we think this is the most fair way to address the fentanyl problem. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Reardon to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in opposition to the ought-to-pass motion on Senate Bill 467. The reason for opposing these new mandatory minimums are numerous. For one thing, the supposed impetus of the bill is to go after the big fish, the seller, with draconian penalties. If only it was that black and white. Oftentimes, depending on when the occasion to intercept it is, it's not even clear who the buyer and seller is in a scenario. And that just fuels the spiral of addiction. We've made great progress over the years in interdicting our drug supply. We've limited overdoses and deaths. Harsher penalties will not make that more effective. This has been the result of harm reduction, prevention, and support for recovery, not throwing more people in jail. Mandatory minimums have little to no deterring effect, with little to no empirical support. In fact, Florida experienced a 50% spike in crime after enacting mandatory minimums. And a 50-state study found no significant relationship between prison terms and 3 key drug indicators: illicit drug use, drug arrests, and overdose rates. That interdiction is what saves those children that those mothers are hoping that will be saved. Instead, the study emphasized that longer sentences are a huge taxpayer burden with no convincing public safety return for the taxpayers or the communities. Mandatory minimums encourage individuals to plead guilty rather than mount a defense they cannot afford. They sacrifice justice. They cost the taxpayers more. Incarceration is not cheap and not conducive towards recovery or rehabilitation. Finally, mandatory minimums strip the judicial branch of its discretion. All of those mitigating factors that my colleague from District 23 just listed can be accessed by the judges right now. The neutral trier of fact with the issue before them. And it's replaced by a prosecutor armed with an array of mandatory minimums who can stack charges to induce a plea deal or choose not to charge some offenses at all and ignore the facts. There are sufficient sentencing guidelines dictated from the legislature already. The more we micromanage the court, the harder it is for attorneys and judges to do their jobs. The result is less transparency, fewer cases tested in court, and sentencing outcomes driven more by leverage than individual justice. In light of significant budget challenges in our Department of Corrections funding now, creating policies that will predictably increase prison population is fiscally imprudent. This chamber should be working to continue the work that we've done that actually saves lives and mitigates danger, and not moving in the wrong direction with this performative and reckless tough-on-crime policy. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. I recognize Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And just for clarification, I think my colleague from District 23 meant grams, not milligrams. It applies to 20 grams and 50 grams, which 20 grams, by my math, is about 10,000 lethal doses. It might be more, can be a lot higher. That's a lot of people. Now, that RSA that we are amending does not apply to the simple drug addict, the person who's using in possession of a drug. It applies when you're in possession of that amount of deadly fentanyl with the intent to sell it must be proven. So we are talking about the drug dealers, the same people who are bringing poison into this state, because they don't make fentanyl here in New Hampshire. It is brought into New Hampshire. They bring it here, and then they distribute it throughout the streets, and there's people dying from it. They're exploiting people with mental health issues. People who actually go to rehab and come out, their dealers contact them and say, hey, haven't heard from you in a while. They go after those people. That's what they do. They continuously put those people in a bad situation. And if you are possessing that amount of fentanyl with the intent to sell it, there's going to be a mandatory sentence, yes, with some exceptions. What does mandatory sentencing do? One thing, when someone's facing that type of sentence, that's the number one tool that police use to get their informants, that helps you get the dealers, the people that are bringing it here and selling it in large quantities. That is the goal of this bill. It addresses that problem directly. I will also point out that by constantly poisoning our society, many people who are addicted to drugs, which this is not going to impact the people that are simply drug addicts, but by constantly poisoning them and bringing that into our state, it says that it's going to cost taxpayer money to keep drug dealers in prison. All of the collateral damage from drugs on our society, whether it contributes to other crimes, it continues to breaking and entering, all these other crimes that are a result of the constant poisoning of our society by these drug dealers. Personally, I like the one that had straight up mandatories better, but this is definitely an improvement on the status quo. If you're going to come to this state and bring a poison to our state that's killing people in this state and contributing to all these societal problems, you should face a harsh sentence. And then in respect to the resulting in death provision, we all know that if you give someone fentanyl And if they overdose, that is not oh, I can't believe that happened. That is a foreseeable consequence of what you are doing. If you do that and someone dies as a result of you giving them a deadly drug, don't be surprised it's a harsh sentence. 7 years, that's where it starts. Please support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Senator Rochford would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just quickly rise to thank my colleague from District 23 and 22 for bringing out a couple things. I was asked to co-sponsor this bill, and I am a co-sponsor on the bill. And when I first approached the senator from District 23, I said, these numbers are way too high. So the numbers listed on there is 20 grams and 50 grams. The therapeutic dose of fentanyl, if anyone's gone to the doctors and been put under for something, you very likely you had fentanyl. And you're getting it in a microgram of a dose. Put a microgram in the palm of your hand, you can barely see it. So there's 1,000 micrograms per milligram and 1,000 milligrams per gram times 20. That is a massive, massive amount of drugs. So we talk about the big fish. This is 100% going after the big fish. And quite frankly, I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to support it. But I assert that it probably even should be lower than this, because even at half of this, you're still getting a big fish. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 467? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Gannon. It's been seconded by Senator Abbas. Okay, you have a PI? Okay, hold on. We'll just make sure Tammy's all set. Okay. I recognize Senator Prentice for a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that prevention and treatment are responsible, largely responsible for the decline in overdose deaths in this state, and not the threat of mandatory minimums, and if I know that judges can already put the strictest penalties in place affecting I think we've referred to them as the big fish today, the dealers, would I now vote no on supporting the ought to pass amendment, ought to pass motion?
Thank you, Senator. Okay, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochford?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes.
68.
The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 479FN, an act allowing alternative treatment center to operate for profit. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to table.
Sure. A motion has been made to lay Senate Bill 479 on the table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. So all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Just going to ask for a 2-minute recess, and I'd like to see Senator Birdsell and Senator Perkins Quokka. The Senate will come into session, come out of recess. Okay, what I'm going to do is, without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session, which is March 5th. Senate Bill 554, Senate Bill 623, House Bill 186, Senate Bill 527, Senate Bill 625, and Senate Bill 580.
Look, everybody's smiling.
Everybody's happy. Well, quite frankly, it's because there are going to be long debates on those bills. So
I shouldn't have screamed, but
we're
everybody
out of
just...
recess. You missed
everybody
it.
like...
Okay.
You
So,
gift.
I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. This early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Waters.
May I have unanimous consent, please?
You may.
Just a moment to say, colleagues, that for a brief, shining, golden moment yesterday, all was right with the world when Michaela Schifrin got her gold medal in the slalom. A proud product of New Hampshire, and there she was. And by the way, the women's hockey team just won gold in overtime. Yes! So all is right with the world. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator, for that update. And I'd like to be able to send our congratulations and best wishes to the United States hockey team and to whoever else is winning medals today. It's a great way to end the day. Senator Avard.
Yes, person of privilege, please.
Yes.
I just wonder, we lost a state representative last week by the name of Harry Bean. He's a good friend, and he went through some hard times, and we actually advocated for him in the Senate chambers. And he recently passed away, and so I just, he was a arm wrestling champion. He was, and he was a wonderful man, very dedicated, and I just want to bring him into remembrance, and we will definitely miss him. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. And again, I would like to send his family our deepest condolences. Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay. Is there any further business? Seeing none, I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm skipping over here. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.